a finch. A female. Its ancestors doubtless were blown here by storms many centuries ago. Like most finches, they feed on seeds, nectar and insects. But there's little food of any kind on wolf. And since they aren't strong enough flyers to leave the island, they've had to find food from a very unusual source. They depend on another of the island's inhabitants. Nazca boobies. Every day, these seabirds commute between the island and their fishing grounds out in the open ocean. Each time a pair meet, they renew their bond and then catch up with the neighbours. Now is the time to hop into action. Blood. They are vampire finches. These little birds have become one of the world's newest species. She cuts the quill of a large flight feather and the blood flows. The sight of it attracts the attention of others. Blood is very nutritious, worth fighting for. So, with this never-ending supply of food, the vampire finches can flourish on an island where otherwise they could not survive. Why the boobies don't object, nobody knows. Perhaps the finches' behaviour started when they helped the boobies to remove parasites from their plumage. Maybe the boobies think that the little vampires are still providing a service. Who can tell? A giant tortoise. These creatures can float and live without food or fresh water for long periods of time. This isolated atoll is the perfect refuge. Their only enemy is the sun. Without shade, a tortoise risks being boiled in his shell. So, after feeding in the cool of the morning, and before the sun becomes too crushingly hot, they have to find cover. All of them. There is very little vegetation, but caves in the coral rock can provide the shade they so badly need. He's nearly there. All that is left is a white knuckle ride to the bottom. And he's in. Thousands of others are still out in the sun. This tree could shade a couple of hundred if they pack tight. bumper-to-bumper parking. Within an hour or so, all must find shade of some sort if they're to survive. Safe. But the future for Aldabra's tortoises is far from certain. The climate is changing, sea levels are rising, and Aldabra's tortoises may soon have to find a new refuge or drown. In just 3 weeks, 500,000 calves are born on these ash-rich plains. That's 24,000 a day, 1,000 an hour. Calves stand up within a few minutes of being born, though some need a little more time to find their feet. But a mother won't let her calf suckle until it's mastered a few physical skills. Walking, trotting, and running. Wildebeest calves must run if they're to stay alive. For these plains also support the greatest assembly of hunters on the planet. Each species has its own special hunting technique, but all have the same aim: to make the most of this brief superabundance of life. Only 1 in 10 wildebeest calves will survive to adulthood. But that is enough to maintain the million-strong herd of wildebeest and the planet's highest density of predators. Now a few females appear. They're much bigger than the males, and warming will take them longer. She releases a scent, a pheromone, that attracts the males. They outnumber her 100 to 1. To speed her own return to activity, she will absorb heat from them. Intoxicated by her scent, the males compete for her, wrapping themselves around her. She now has hundreds of males on top of her, making mating near impossible. But she has a way of weeding out the men from the boys. She'll make a daring ascent of the nearby cliff. She barges her way through the crowd to get to the rock face. As she climbs, only the strongest, fittest males can keep up with her. She's made it to the top. Only a few of her suitors have managed to rise to the occasion, and she may reward them all. The forests of central China, home to the golden snub-nosed monkey. They will not survive the fast-approaching winter unless they stock up on calorie-rich food. Top of their autumn menu, pine cones. They grew during the summer sunlight and are rich in fats. Few are now left, and time to gather them is running out. Dominant males patrol the troop, making sure they get the pick of the crop. As the number of pine cones dwindles, tensions between rival families increase. Mere threats between two males may not be enough to settle disputes. Conflict is in the air. There's going to be a fight. Vital food is at stake, so every pine cone is worth fighting for. The victor and his family enjoy the spoils of war. The losers get no more than a few dead leaves and will have fewer energy reserves for the coming winter. Mother is after eggs, but getting them is not going to be easy. geese will risk their lives to protect their eggs. If they lose them, they can't produce another clutch this season. The fox wins. She gives the first eggs to her young pups. And then heads back for more. Some of the eggs she stashes away. They will be food to help her through the coming winter. In just 3 weeks, she will steal over 800 eggs from the geese. But eating a big egg is not easy if one is rather small. It's a technique the pups haven't quite yet cracked. Mum shows how it's done. This far ant has reached the edge of her known world. Her way forward has now become blocked by the rising waters. She's one of many, and in a few minutes their underground home will be submerged. Forced to evacuate, workers and soldiers try to save the larval young. As their nest floods, the colony seems to be doomed. But from chaos comes order. The far ants band together, each locking legs with its neighbours. They're building a living raft. Each ant is covered in fine hairs that trap air against its body. As the raft forms, this air creates a cushion for them all to float on. This is the power of the colony. By working together, they've become unsinkable. And no one gets left behind. Pulled from the shallows, the colony is now at the mercy of the flood. Holding tight to the larvae and keeping their queen hidden at the centre of the raft, the colony drifts into deeper water. Where they're vulnerable to fish that now swim through the flooded forest. Those that lose their grip must get back to the safety of the raft. 3 weeks ago, these mile-wide sandbars didn't exist. In another 3 months, they'll be back underwater. But now they provide a crucial opportunity for giant river turtles. They've been coming here at precisely this time of year for generations. "50,000 of them, a quarter of the world's population. They're all here for one reason, but their window of opportunity is short, so timing is everything. Scaling the 3-meter-high banks will take this female higher and drier than she's been for months. She's come here to lay her eggs, but others have beaten her to it. The early arrivals have already claimed nearly every inch of the beach, and there are still many more turtles to come. Wherever she turns, the space is taken. But being fashionably late does have an advantage. Had she arrived earlier, her eggs might have been dug up by those searching for somewhere to lay. She's found her spot. Settling down, she lays nearly 100 eggs. Burying them keeps them safe from predators, and the warm sand incubates the clutch. They must hatch before the river rises again and floods the sandbar. Any turtles that lay after her may have left it too late. Hopefully, she has got her timing right. Two months on, and the hatchlings emerge into the world. They were laid at the perfect time. Hundreds scramble for the river just as the water starts to rise. Those still to hatch aren't so lucky. The red crabs of Christmas Island. They've spent the dry season sheltering in damp burrows beneath the leaf litter. Crabs breathe through gills that must be kept moist. So it's only with the return of the annual monsoon that these land crabs can finally emerge. With the humidity now high enough, they can begin an epic trek to the coast. Every red crab comes together from across the island, and they do so in their millions. 50 million, to be precise. They've come to release their eggs that can only develop in the ocean. There's just one small problem. They may be crabs, but they can't swim. They're scared of the sea. But they don't have a choice. They must release their eggs on the highest tide. Each carries around 100,000 eggs, so over just 2 or 3 nights, trillions are released into the ocean. Though some are more successful than others. Once their work is done, the crabs will return to the forest. He's a marine iguana. The only lizard in the world that gets its food from the sea. The seaweed on which he totally relies only grows in abundance here because of the nutrients brought by the Cromwell current. Once in the water, he has just 30 minutes to find food. Any longer than that, and his muscles will seize up and he'll drown. For like most reptiles, he can't handle the cold. Chilly water isn't a problem for a warm-blooded cormorant. She can swim in it all day, but can only hold her breath for a few minutes. He, on the other hand, completes his whole half-hour trip on one single breath. His flat face and sharp teeth make him an efficient seaweed cropping machine, but with the clock ticking, he must eat fast. The cormorant, having caught its fish, goes back to the surface. One last mouthful, and it's also time for the iguana to head for home. But to stop his muscles from seizing up in the cold water, he must get back quickly. So he could do without the attentions of an inquisitive sea lion. Dry land is now just 30 meters away, but the biggest hurdle is still to come. The surging water now fights against him. He's out, but he stayed in the cold so long that he's lost his strength. And he's made it, blacktip reef sharks. They are bigger and more powerful than trevally, but not as fast or as agile. The hardyheads are well aware of them, but so long as they stay just out of reach, they have little to fear. But now the sharks and the trevally join forces. Together they enter the shallows, each looking for a chance to attack. The trevally make the first move, and the hardyheads take refuge again in the waves. And this is what the sharks have been waiting for. Surging forwards, they chase the hardyheads out of the water, beating themselves in a daring bid to hoover up their prey. The hardyheads that escape the sharks swim back out to deeper water, but into the mouths of the trevally. Now the receding waves help to pull the sharks back into deeper water. The seabirds get their chance. It's a feeding frenzy in only 10 centimeters of water. Eden's whales have lived here for generations. But the world around them is changing. Today, agricultural pollution flowing from the land is beginning to suffocate this sea. Many fish now stay closer to the surface, where the waters still contain enough oxygen to survive. Eden's whales depend on these fish. They swallow huge quantities of water before filtering out their prey. It takes a lot of energy to drive their 15-ton bulk through the water. And with so few fish, the rewards from feeding like this are barely worth it. So, to survive here, the whales have developed a new hunting technique. One that requires almost no effort. They simply open their mouths and wait. The panicked fish jump right in. Swimming alongside, another whale scares even more into the open jaws. With this ingenious new technique, Eden's whales have found a way to survive the pressures they now face. All across the planet, animals are having to adapt to a changing world. But the speed of these changes will be too fast for many. If we could only halt our unrestrained plunder of the ocean, its habitats and species would recover. And at a time when our overexploited lands are already failing us, this has never been more important for humanity. On the front line, in the heart of the Amazon, stands the city of Manaus. Here, urban expansion is eating into the jungle. Selena Penasher works for IPAM, the Amazonas Environmental Protection Unit. Their mission is to save animals trapped in the city and to return them to the wild.
Normalmente a gente tem cerca de 4 ou 5 chamadas por dia. Bom, a gente trabalha com resgate de animais silvestres. Estão inclusos macacos, jacarés, iguanas, gaviões, cobras, preguiças.
Today, Selena is rescuing a sloth. It's the world's slowest mammal. Many become trapped as trees are cut down to make way for houses.
Cada animal ele tem uma importância em todo um ecossistema. A gente trabalha para que essa importância ela não seja, digamos que, extinguida.
Over 3,000 animals have been rescued in the past 5 years. Each one of these creatures is needed by the forest to disperse seeds, pollinate plants, or, like this jaguar, to keep herbivores in check. Whenever possible, Selena releases animals back into the protected areas of jungle.
Quando tu passar, cuidado pra não tacar a folha na minha... Eu me sinto muito triste em ver a atual situação da Amazônia. Como ela está sendo desmatada, como os animais estão perdendo o habitat deles. Esses animais, eles vão para onde?
We don't just want to protect animals because they're interesting and they're beautiful. They're an integral part of a functioning planet, and we need to keep them around.
Prepare boats for launch, prepare boats for launch, thank you.
They've spotted a commercial fishing boat on the edge of the park, which needs investigating. The Gabonese government has joined forces with Peter's team to carry out boat inspections.
Left 5 degrees rudder, course 205.
The vessel may have a license to fish here, but it could be taking more than its quota and catching protected species like dolphins and sharks.
385 toneladas de atún congelado.
When fighting a war to stop illegal fishing, the odds can seem insurmountable.
This boat's fishing nets have pulled up threatened silky and blue sharks. Catching and keeping these creatures is illegal, so the fishermen must throw them back. But many are already so badly injured, they will not survive the ordeal.
It saddens me greatly to see these incredible creatures being brutally manhandled as they're dragged across the deck, their fingers in their gills as they pull them.
Globally, each year, millions of sharks and over 300,000 whales and dolphins are accidentally killed by fishing nets, seriously injuring the health of the oceans.
It's the efficiency of these vessels that shocks me to the core. This sheer killing power of them. And you can really see why the oceans are being sucked dry of life.
But the patrols are working. In the past 3 years, they have arrested 50 vessels and inspected hundreds more.
Last year, we assisted the Coast Guard to arrest a vessel that was poaching sharks. And by arresting this one single ship, we were able to save the lives of 250,000 sharks.
Marine life here now has a chance. Here, off the coast of Boston, waters are warming faster than almost anywhere on Earth. It's thought to be causing turtles from the tropics to swim further north than ever before for summer feeding. But when the cold autumn waters suddenly close in, the turtles go into shock.
These are very young turtles. They're anywhere from 1.5 to 6 years old. When we find them, they're hypothermic, their heart is beating at 1 to 5 beats a minute, the blood is barely circulating. For all intents and purposes, look dead.
The critically ill animals are rushed to the New England Aquarium near Boston. It has a state-of-the-art ER unit for turtles.
We don't want to stress them any further, so we now treat the whole episode as sort of entering an ICU unit of a hospital. This is critical care for some turtles.
He's pretty stiff, so I'm sorry I can't get his mouth open much more.
See, it's right there. Oh, there we go, there we go.
Do you see that on your
When the turtle arrives, its condition is rapidly assessed.
How you doing?
The animals are given stabilizing drugs and fluids. Their lungs are cleared of water and sand washed out of their scratched eyes.
Got emergency meds.
The veterinary team must ventilate turtles that are close to death to help them breathe.
No response at all.
But it's worth it for an animal that might live another 50 years.
You want to save as many as you can. And it is depressing at times because a lot of them don't make it. You know, last year at Thanksgiving, we had 200 dead turtles. And you're looking into its eyes, it's looking back at you. There is a connection there, and it gets stronger and stronger as they start to recover.
It can take months for the turtles to recuperate, but once they do, they'll make the first plane flight of their lives.
We have a big transport this morning, 44 Ridleys and 1 loggerhead. So we're gonna start in 15B. All right, let's get to work.
They are part of the planet. They're part of our very delicate web of life, if you will.
38, 41, 44.
The bottom line for all of these turtles is to get them back out into the water.
We're doing great on timing, everybody.
Very exciting day because it just brings that turtle one step closer to being released back into the wild.
These mass casualties of our changing oceans are to be flown south to Florida and beyond. The future of this species depends on these young turtles,
Ready. All right.
which will be released into the warmer water currents that they need to survive.
It's a very emotional day for everybody. These are turtles that staff and volunteers at the aquarium work so hard to get them to that point.
For our spy creatures, being immersed in the world of animals is not without its hazards. In Rajasthan, the temple langurs have taken Spy Monkey into the heart of the family. But some are keen to take the budding relationship to the next level and are getting a little too familiar. One seems to want to babysit her. But disaster strikes. An injured baby is a cause for concern. And this langur seems to believe she's died. Then, something extraordinary happens. The monkeys gather round the motionless spy creature as if it is a real baby. They react just as they do when their own babies die. A calm and contemplative mood descends on the colony. There's a sense of grief, as well as empathy for one another. Quite accidentally, our spy creature is at the centre of something extraordinary, capturing emotions that have rarely been observed. Such apparent expressions of grief may not be unique to primates. In the forests of Senegal, Spy Bush Baby is part of a team of spy cameras capturing intimate views of our closest living relatives. Here, the family lives a charmed existence. Parental love and friendships form the foundation of their society. Spy Tortoise is also being deployed. But these are highly perceptive animals. And something's not quite right. This 5-year-old checks what the others are thinking. They seem equally baffled. But with his curiosity piqued, he simply can't stay away. As his interest grows, so does the strength of his feelings. He just has to have Spy Tortoise all to himself. He hides with it in his leafy daybed, where he'd normally take a nap. But he's too excited to sleep. He's torn between using it as a pillow and giving it a cuddle. It's somewhere between a toy and a pet. It's definitely not for sharing. Chimps don't normally have possessions, but Spy Tortoise has stirred new emotions. Each autumn, a squirrel buries around 10,000 nuts. Its memory is so phenomenal, it can retrieve up to 4,000 of them. To achieve this feat, as winter approaches, the area of the brain responsible for memory enlarges 15%. The squirrels show another brainy trait: cunning. A spy squirrel bearing gifts is ready to record their devious behaviour. He looks a soft touch, but the squirrel needs to be sure. He lashes his tail to show confidence. Fluffing it up makes him appear bigger and shows who's boss. Spy Squirrel is a pushover. He's going to be popular. The nut is immediately stashed away. But clever minds can also be devious. And this squirrel watches where the nut is hidden. As soon as it's buried, she makes her move. Okay if you don't get caught, but there's big trouble if you do. The duped squirrel needs to be craftier this time. The crook may still be watching, but this is what he wants. In a shameless display of overacting, he pretends to bury his nut. The The thief waits until the performance is over, then quietly sneaks in. But there's no nut to pilfer here. Hardly surprising. It's stashed in his intended victim's mouth. With the nut raider preoccupied, he can either eat it or bury it secretly. But the thief hasn't abandoned her life of crime. Spy Squirrel has a new nut, one with a camera. Theft is such an easy option. Around a fifth of all squirrels steal nuts rather than forage for them. It's a crafty way of letting others do the hard work. But this time, the thief has picked the wrong nut. At a jungle hut, this female finds a saw. Despite being totally wild, somehow she has worked out what to do with it. Like us, orangutans have an opposable thumb that allows them to grasp and handle objects with precision. Over 20 years ago, a rescue orangutan learned how to saw by watching people constructing the huts here. But this is a totally different and wild orangutan. She seems to take pride in her work, even clearing away the sawdust. She's so smart, she uses her feet as a vice to steady the branch. Filming a wild-born and free-living orangutan mastering this complex task is remarkable. But now, she's not the only orangutan sawing. Spy orangutan has joined her. It seems to be bringing out a competitive streak. She's becoming even more enthusiastic. But for a novice, sawing is tiring work. She's lost all momentum. Then, finally, calls it a day. Spy orangutan may have machine-like stamina, but it's the astonishing and versatile mind of the real orangutan that's won the day. She's certainly earned her rest. They are one of the most intelligent animals on Earth. To film the behaviour of these shrewd primates requires an exceptionally lifelike spy creature. To be totally convincing, spy orangutan must mimic their facial expressions. Rather than bare her teeth, she needs to appear friendly. By sending out the right signals, she soon draws attention. Adult males are always interested in any new female. But he needs some convincing that all is quite what it seems. Spy orangutan pouts her mouth, a sign she's not a threat. As news gets around, a young male comes to investigate. But he too seems unsure. Time for some careful reflection. He keeps a safe distance. and finds an imaginative way to test the spy creature's reactions. It's a somewhat unorthodox way to make new friends. Solving problems creatively is proof of a clever mind. Over time, as more orangutans visit the strange new creature, confidence grows that she's not a threat. One youngster seems especially curious. Young orangutans learn by constantly interrogating their surroundings and everything in it. Spy orangutan captures a unique view of an intelligent young mind developing. Curiosity satisfied, he heads back. Among these orangutans, the thirst for knowledge has inspired some astonishing behaviour. Careful to keep her baby dry, the mother leaves the jungle to visit an old research outpost. This is the human world, a treasure trove for inquiring minds. She quietly helps herself. A bar of soap. She carries her find in her mouth back to the forest. And joins a friend. They appear to use the soap just as we would. Around 40 years ago, rescued orangutans released here learnt to use soap by watching local people washing in the river. But remarkably, these orangutans were born in the wild, so the idea has spread among the wild population. The sharing of the soap suggests how new orangutans may have learnt the technique. It's become a form of animal culture, passed on to the young, something only seen among a few intelligent species. Why they are so keen to lather up is intriguing and not completely understood. But then nearby, a female does something that might shed light on this extraordinary behaviour. She chews a piece of bark and creates a frothy lather in her mouth, just like soap suds. Rubbing it on her arm, she makes the same movements as she would if washing with soap. But then starts to eat it. Orangutans are known to use medicinal leaves in similar ways, so perhaps the bark has therapeutic qualities too. Maybe soap washing caught on so easily because it mirrored their natural behaviour. They also eat the suds, and strangely, they seem to enjoy the taste. It doesn't harm them in any way. Perhaps it aids their digestion too. And now, Spy Orangutan gives it a try. Much to the real one's fascination. Intelligent curiosity is vital for orangutan survival in a complex jungle world. She's the biggest meerkat they've ever seen and requires serious examination. She's been made to smell like the colony, so this reassures them. Each day, different volunteers set up a creche, giving all the child support a mother could wish for. They share roles, including sentry duty. It demands concentration, and it's easy to lose focus. And sometimes it's good to have someone watching your back. Being a sentry is a risky business, as they are easy targets for predators. But with young pups to protect, they take greater risks by climbing higher. Here, they can see predators earlier, but are vulnerable to birds of prey. Their self-sacrifice is about to be tested. But this is no ordinary cobra. It's a spy cobra. With no regard for her own safety, she prepares to face the snake. She reacts as she would to the real thing, bravely protecting the colony with no thought for herself. Her aim is to harass the snake into leaving. But with Spy Snake holding its ground, the meerkat calls for reinforcements. This is where fraternity comes into its own. An intimidating wall of meerkats face up to Spy Cobra. They push their luck as far as they dare, goading the snake to strike. Real snakes tire easily, so it's a matter of wearing it down. But one meerkat senses there's something different about this serpent. It may look and move like a real snake, but it shows no sign of leaving. Spy Snake has been well and truly rumbled. Satisfied he's harmless, the meerkats go back to what they enjoy best: relaxing among friends. Every lake and river has a resident population of hippos. They too are social creatures, but they are also territorial. Spy Hippo is going where few others dare to go. He needs to be cautious. His subjects are notoriously bad-tempered, and they could be anywhere. It's never a good idea to get on their wrong side. The spy hippo has been given a warning. He must avoid sudden movements. As he gets closer, ear wiggling shows confidence. Facing one of Africa's most dangerous animals, spy hippo must hold his ground. The pod is made up of females, looked over by a single male. Fortunately, females are less aggressive. Spy hippo is already capturing some of the closest views that have ever been seen. But hippos spend much of their time below the surface. As the hippos dive, so must spy hippo. He mimics their movements. Rather than swim, hippos walk underwater. Through the murk, spy hippo glimpses an extraordinary sight. Fish are shadowing the hippo's every move. These are barbs. They usually feed on the riverbed, but when the hippos appear, they shoal around them. As spy hippo moves closer, it's clear that their skin is a maze of cuts and scratches. These fight marks easily become infected, and parasites can also invade. This is where the fish come in. Together, they set up an underwater clinic with the hippos as willing patients. The barbs may be skin specialists, but they'll try a bit of dental hygiene too. After having a full body treatment, the hippos seem to enter a trance. The rainforests of eastern Australia are the stage for perhaps the sneakiest criminals of the lot. This is the satin bowerbird, a creature with a bad case of kleptomania. It doesn't stop at weaving twigs, he likes home decor too. Blue is his favourite colour. Bottle tops nicked from a nearby campsite are his proudest possessions. He has an eye for detail too, placing them precisely for maximum visual impact. She makes all the right moves, entering the bower to show she's interested. A ring makes the perfect gift. Not impressed? How about a bouquet of flowers? But something's not quite right. The penny drops. He's been duped. This isn't a female at all. It's a young male in disguise. And he's here to steal. He's part of a gang of juvenile delinquents roaming the forest, tricking unwary males. In their hideout, they display their ill-gotten gains. It takes up to 7 years for a male bowerbird to reach maturity. In the meantime, they practice making a bower and dancing for each other. But they can never have too many blue trinkets and bling. Time to go out stealing again. And bowers don't come more decadently inviting than this. But this is no ordinary bower. It's occupied by a male spy bowerbird and adorned with an irresistible array of blue treasure and jewel cameras, all perfectly placed to catch the thieves in the act. Like professionals, they approach with caution. Once again, they pretend to be courting females. This time, they work together. One distracts as the other steals the jewels. Spy bowerbird can only observe as they clean out the bower, gem by precious gem. Back home with their stolen goods, they continue to practice their courtship techniques. But Spy Bowerbird isn't off the hook. The male bowerbird who was their first victim needs to replenish his bower. Well, if you can't beat them, you may as well join them. Off the coast of South Africa, more adolescents have reached that difficult age. At 2 years old, male bottlenose dolphins leave their mother's pod to form boisterous gangs looking for excitement. They like nothing better than surfing. Spy Turtle is here to see what they get up to. He in turn is joined by another spy creature. This is Spy Puffer, based on a fish that blows itself into a defensive puffball. The spy creatures are here to film these teenage tearaways. Spy Puffer faces a bumpy ride. Bust-ups are common. It's easy to get caught in the middle. Young males are so unruly the females kick them out of the family pod. This isn't Spy Puffer. It's a real pufferfish. The poor creature gets the same rough treatment. Perfect for a game of catch. But the dolphins are dicing with death. Pufferfish are one of the most poisonous fish in the ocean. They exude a powerful nerve poison called tetrodotoxin. It only takes a small amount to kill a human. Even so, the dolphins often look for pufferfish and love to chew on them. Taken in small doses, the secretions seem to have a narcotic effect. The dolphins are careful not to swallow them. Instead, they hold them gently in their mouths. Despite the risks, passing the puffer has become a popular dolphin pastime. Luckily, the little fishes usually survive the strange experience. To help with the filming, Spy Egret has backup. This is Dung Cam, a camera based on a pile of elephant poo. It even smells the part. It's designed to film on the move. Its zoom lens can capture the elephant's every move. That's not all. It can release a team of spy dung balls to litter the savannah with yet more cameras. One dung ball is radio controlled and can travel without any visible moving parts. With the action covered from every angle, it's time to see what this elephant family gets up to. The babies must learn the rules of behaviour at an early age. Wrestling older siblings is a favourite pastime. They learn their own strength and, crucially, how to play nicely with each other. It's the older elephants who make sure they don't cross the line. It takes a few years before they're big enough to do real damage. But as they get older, they need to be reined in. Those who overstep the mark soon know it. The rules are strict for everyone when the family is on the move. To follow them, Spy Egret and Dung Cam join forces. For their own safety, the babies must stay next to their mothers in the centre of the herd. The elephants are heading to the swamp. A place to cool off as the day heats up. But the mud can be treacherous, and babies must only enter with their mums. But this little one seems to have forgotten the rules. Chasing egrets is irresistible. But as the herd enter the swamp, the baby is being left behind. Realizing his predicament, he looks for his mother and thinks he's found her. He tags along as the group head into the swamp. But he's following the wrong elephant. With his mother nowhere to be seen, he's lost in a confusion of trunks and legs. The elephants head into the swamp without him. The baby is now alone and afraid. While his herd appear to have forgotten him. He can smell that his mother is out there, somewhere. But entering the swamp alone could be deadly for one so small. He's really starting to panic now. His mother is inexperienced. She's only just realized her mistake. Both will have learnt from what happened. He won't misbehave while the family are travelling again.
Meadows that only a few weeks ago were buried beneath the snow are now full of life. But in these mountains, the good times will not last long. So the bears must feed as fast as they can. During the summer months, an adult can put on 180 kilos, gorging on plants. And, if they can catch them, a marmot or two. But just now, the bears have something else on their minds. It's becoming warmer, and the bears are keen to shed their thick winter coats. Mothers show the cubs what to do about this. They'll soon catch on. Some trees, it seems, are particularly suitable for rubbing. Bears have their favourites and will travel long distances to visit them. Some itches just have to be scratched. There are now around 30 bears in this one valley. As they rub, each leaves an individual and recognizable scent. So the tree soon carries a list of who's around, which might help individuals to avoid a fight. To best spread their scent, they really have to put their back into it. But summer is short. Itches satisfactorily scratched. It's time to eat. In a couple of months, they will have to return to their dens to hibernate. So now they must put on as much weight as they can. And now the snakes are on the alert. This is the best feeding opportunity they will get all year. On flat ground, a baby iguana can outrun a racer snake. But others are waiting in ambush. Another hatchling has its first glimpse of a dangerous world. A snake's eyes aren't very good, but they can detect movement. So if the hatchling keeps its nerve, it may just avoid detection. A near miraculous escape. The lucky survivors could begin learning the unique way of life demanded by this hostile island. 1,000 plants growing on one single tree. Throughout the forest, this story is repeated endless times. As a consequence, jungles are home to more species of plants than anywhere else on Earth. And they, in turn, support a wealth of animals. In Ecuador, the competition is at its most intense. Here there are 100 species of hummingbirds alone, all fighting for nectar. Each flower only has a small amount at any one time, and so it's first come, first served. One hummingbird has gone to great lengths to avoid conflict with other species. Swordbills are the only bird with a beak longer than their body. And some flowers are too elongated for the other 99 species of hummingbirds here to feed from them. A swordbill's extraordinary beak, however, enables it to reach the places that others can't. The top of this flower, where the sweet nectar is produced. It has found a solution that means it doesn't have to join the fight. And as each long flower blooms, it gives the swordbill a fresh supply of food all to itself. But having a beak longer than your body does have its drawbacks. For a start, it's tricky to keep it clean. Harder still, how do you preen your body feathers? Unlike the other hummers, swordbills can't reach their feathers with their beak. The only option, a good old scratch. It's a little unrefined, but a small price to pay for an exclusive food supply. And this bobcat may be in luck. For this particular valley is blessed. A river here never freezes. It's fed by a volcanic hot spring that heats these waters to 50 degrees warmer than the surrounding air. Hungry animals of all kinds come here to feed. Throughout the winter, the river is full of food for those who know how to catch it. Here, even the coyotes have become fishermen. But hunting is hard for a cat that's not used to getting its feet wet. So he must choose his target with care. Golden-eye ducks. But can he get close enough to pounce? Perhaps he'll have more luck on the other side. Here, steam from the river warms the surrounding trees. So up in the branches, there could be prey. If only he could get to it. It's 6 meters up. At last, a squirrel. Not much, but enough to keep him going. To survive a winter in these mountains takes tenacity, and bobcats have that in abundance. It's July in the deserts of Nevada in the western United States. The hottest time of the year. Bands of wild horses, Mustang, are converging on one of the last remaining waterholes around. Now, water not only offers them the chance to drink, it can also bring power. If a stallion can control access to water, he will have secured mating rights to the entire herd. So stallions try to dominate these pools, fighting off rivals who venture too close. A stranger. He's travelled 15 kilometres to be here, because the pools where he's come from have already dried up. With him come his females. If he can't provide them with water, they will leave him for the white stallion, who already dominates this pool. So he will have to fight. There is everything to lose. A broken leg or a shattered jaw would mean a slow and painful death. A missed kick, and it's all over. The new arrival has won. And his prize is more than just a chance to drink. He has provided for his herd and in the process stolen his rival's females. the white stallion's rule is over. "60 million tons of snow now blanket this herd's territory. Pushing through deep snow is exhausting work, and the bison are now slowly starving. Just keeping warm saps huge amounts of energy. Their thick coats can insulate them down to -30 Celsius. It's now -40. The only thing that will keep them alive is buried beneath a meter of snow. And that's a problem shared with a surprising neighbor. The food the fox seeks is also deep beneath the snow. The survival of both creatures depends on getting through to the ground. For the bison, it will be a matter of brute strength. Massive neck muscles enable them to shovel 5 tons of snow a day. Their lightweight neighbor needs more precision. Bison have reached their goal, a mouthful of withered grass. And where the bison have dug, the fox now spots an opportunity. Every footstep counts. But he mustn't break through. Yet. He listens carefully to pinpoint his target. It's moving. A vole. Small, but 100 times more nutritious than a mouthful of dried grass. To get through the winter on these prairies, sometimes brain beats brawn. Danger past. And that's just as well. Because he is a father. And he's guarding some very precious eggs. For the last few weeks, females, one after the other, have visited him and entrusted him with their offspring. Some are now almost ready to hatch. There are several clutches on the leaf, and those at the top, the most recently laid, are barely a day old. But in the jungle, there's always someone out to get you. This wasp is a specialist hunter of frogs' eggs. It's noticed the wriggling tadpoles at the bottom of the leaf. He mustn't move. The youngest eggs are the most vulnerable, and he can't guard them all. But these tadpoles are not as helpless as they might appear. Incredibly, the unhatched tadpoles can sense danger, and the oldest and strongest wriggle free and drop into the stream below. The eggs at the top of the leaf, however, are still too young to hatch. And now the wasps know they're there. But the male's back looks very like the youngest cluster of eggs. And that seems to confuse the wasps. Using his own body as a decoy is a huge risk. The wasp's stings could kill him. He's managed to save most of his young. He'll have to remain on guard for another 2 weeks. But in the jungle, just surviving the day can count as a success. And many animals here choose the simplest option of all. Staying hidden all day and only venturing out in the cool of the night. As darkness falls, animals appear from seemingly nowhere. And among them, inevitably, are hunters. One of the most voracious nocturnal predators is also one of the hardest to see. This mysterious creature hardly ever appears on the surface of the dunes. But there are signs on the sand that can give it away. It lives only here, where the sand grains are so perfectly dry and polished that they flow almost like water. It's no bigger than a ping-pong ball. a golden mole. It's totally blind, but there's nothing to see underground anyway. Instead, it has superb hearing. Its entire head acts as an amplifier that picks up vibrations through the sand. So, to locate prey on the surface of the dune, it has, paradoxically, to thrust its face into the dune. Termites. Not easy to catch when you're blind. Far better to go into stealth mode. Once below the sand, it can detect the slightest movement, allowing it to strike with pinpoint accuracy. Well, most of the time. It can travel a kilometre a night in search of its dinner. And right now, it has just detected its main course. Little wonder it's sometimes called the shark of the dunes. Losing its fear of humans has enabled one animal to spread into cities everywhere and in huge numbers. Pigeons are by far the most successful urban bird. Here in Albi in the south of France, the pigeons come to the river to bathe. They need to preen their flight feathers, clean off the city dust, and cool themselves down. In wait. A predator that has taken advantage of the very thing that has led to the pigeon's success. Their lack of fear. As the pigeons bathe, oil from their plumage flows downstream and is detected. Monstrous Wells catfish. Introduced here just 40 years ago, they have proliferated, virtually exterminated the local fish stocks, and they've now developed a taste for pigeon. Their eyesight is poor, so they use their barbels to sense the movements of their victims. This is a radical new hunting strategy for what is normally a bottom-dwelling fish. After 1,000 years of living in this city, pigeons are now having to learn to avoid a fish. They're setting off on the greatest overland trek made by any animal. But wherever grass-eaters travel, predators lie in wait. Here they are, Arctic wolves. They must seize their chance while the caribou pass through their territory. The wolf runs at the herd, trying to flash out the weak or the slow. A calf is separated. At full tilt, 60 kilometers an hour, the wolf is just faster. The calf has stamina. Only a few weeks old, and this calf's will to survive is remarkable. And it needs to be, for these young caribou have now started a journey that will last a lifetime. Forever chasing the seasonal growth of the grass on which they depend. Like all grassland creatures, they are at the mercy of these unpredictable but ultimately bountiful lands. Grass can survive some of the harshest conditions on Earth: flood, fire and frost, and still flourish. So it is that grasslands provide a stage for the greatest gatherings of wildlife on planet Earth. Christmas Island in the Indian Ocean. For millions of years, this remote speck of land has been ruled by crabs. Their ancestors came from the sea, but most have now adopted a land-based existence. Given there are so many of them, they get along relatively harmoniously. They're the gardeners and caretakers of a tiny crab utopia. Once a year, they must all return to the sea to breed, and the march of the red crabs is one of the greatest natural spectacles on Earth. There are 50 million of them. It's an event that has brought the island worldwide fame. But in recent years, millions of red crabs haven't managed to reach the sea. An invader has occupied this island. Yellow crazy ants. They escaped from visiting ships, and with no predators to control them, they have now created vast super colonies in the forest. When migrating red crabs march into their territory, the ants attack, squirting acid into the crabs' eyes and mouths. The crabs have no defense. Blinded and confused, they're doomed. Humans brought these ant invaders here, and now humans are having to control them. Isolated communities may evolve for millions of years in relative peace. But when new challenges arrive, they can struggle to cope. Of all the species that have become extinct in recent years, around 80% have been islanders.
It's the breeding season, and the trees are teeming with frogs. The female is with a male at the tip of a branch, perched above the paddy pool. She's building a nest by whipping up a giant ball of foam with her back legs. She lays hundreds of eggs inside. She's attracting the attention of other males. Each male could still fertilise some of the remaining eggs in the foam. They're coming in from all directions. But the foam makes it hard to get to grips with the competition. Things quickly descend into an undignified wrestling match. This male's work here is done. It's time to move on and find other nests. But when you're covered in slippery foam, it's hard to leave with dignity. It's an unusual problem for a tree frog. As the days pass, The eggs develop in the safety of their foam nest. The temperature rises with the summer sun, and the foam ball dries to form a protective case. The tadpoles inside are still moist and 6 degrees cooler. But the little tadpoles need rain. At this time of year, warm air is rising over the steep Honshu Mountains, and clouds are starting to build. The tree frogs have timed their nest building perfectly. After 20 days, conditions are just right, and the waiting is over. The hard foam starts to dissolve, and the tadpoles drop out, straight into the nursery pool of the rice paddy below. They feast on the remaining pieces of the nest, a final meal before they take their chances in the big wide world. Their mother has pulled off a remarkable feat of planning. It's when animals leave the forest edge and move into farmland that the relationship with humans becomes less benevolent. The macaques of the lower forests are as bold as their mountain cousins, and often venture out in search of new opportunities. There are all sorts of perils, but there are rewards too if you're willing to take some risks. For over 100 years, people have been growing the finest fruit and vegetables on these warm, rich soils. For these cheeky thieves, it's irresistible. Growing perfect produce is a Japanese obsession, so the last thing people want is marauding macaques. As the day heats up, the farmers take a break. The coast is clear. They have to be cautious. If they're spotted, there'll be trouble. But every day they brave the electric fences. They know all the weak spots where they can stage their raids. And they gorge themselves on the fruit of the farmers' labours. They are almost impossible to stop, but the farmers are not prepared to give in. They bring out their secret weapon, specially trained monkey dogs. The Japanese Shiba Inu is one of the world's oldest breeds, and people have trained them to protect their crops against monkeys. There's even a Japanese saying that when people are fighting, they're like a dog and a monkey. But the rewards outweigh the risks. They'll be back again tomorrow. It's only the warmth of the Kuroshio Current that allows coral to grow this far north in the Pacific Ocean. The current also brings nutrients from the deep. There's one very small resident who never strays far from the reef. He's a blue streak cleaner wrasse, and he leads a very busy life. He eats parasites and dead skin from other fish, but he has to wait for them to come his way. And right now, no one is stopping long enough to give him as much as a nibble. But then he spots something worth chasing. A batfish. Like a customer at a spa, the batfish lies back and waits for attention. It opens its gills and the cleaner wrasse bustles in to begin the treatment. The batfish even changes colour, probably to make parasites more visible. Someone else has arrived at the reef. The batfish is abandoned. There's a visitor from the open ocean that's worth dropping everything for. A manta ray, 2 meters long, has come back to a favourite stretch of reef. He signals to the manta by flicking his tail. And the giant responds by unfurling itself for cleaning. The manta keeps its feeding lobes rolled up while it swims. But a thorough clean keeps them parasite-free. This enormous fish would never visit Japan if it wasn't for the warmth that bathes the island chain and the helpful services of this resourceful little wrasse. Sea snakes. At one time, these snakes' ancestors lived on dry land. they must still visit the surface to breathe. But they are beautifully adapted to life at sea, hunting for fish around the island reefs. They have some of the most toxic venom of any animal, so they don't have many predators. But as they forage off the coast of one small island, their greatest nemesis is approaching. Yoko and Setsuko are hunters, and they have a fearsome reputation. These two 70-year-olds are on a shopping trip like no other. Yoko and Setsuko live on the tiny island of Kudaka. It's only 4 kilometers across, and with limited space on land, the locals look to the sea to provide. As the sun sets, the lady's prey is approaching. On certain summer nights, venomous sea snakes move towards the island and gather in coastal caves, looking for shelter and fresh water to drink. But coming ashore on this island is extremely risky. It takes some nerve to wade in with no protective clothing. Sea snake venom can be 10 times more powerful than a rattlesnake's. Yoko has been hunting snakes for 40 years. It's a skill that's been passed down the generations here for at least 5 centuries. The snakes will be dried in this smokehouse using a secret process known only by the hunters. Then they go into a special soup. The catching and eating of sea snakes is a very old tradition on the island of Kudaka, where the sea provides more than the land. She needs to put food in the mouths of her 2 young cubs. There's a bitter winter coming, And if they're not well fed, her cubs won't make it through. This is a hard place to be a mum. The family is not alone. This peninsula is home to 200 brown bears. It's one of the most densely packed populations in the world. The salmon bonanza has attracted others here too. Nobody lives permanently in this remote part of Hokkaido. But one hardy group have special permission to stay here for some of the year. Hokkaido is Japan's second largest island, but the harsh conditions mean it's home to only 4% of its people. Shiratoko is one of the loneliest corners, where you have to live close to the wild. Brown bears can weigh 300 kilos and are not to be messed with. When bears and humans cross paths, things can get dangerous. But here, something astonishing has happened. For the fishermen, bears have become a part of everyday life. It takes some nerve, but the men live alongside them as equals. Tough characters, side by side, both dependent on the salmon run. The mother bear knows what she's doing. Survival is in her blood. Her ancestors came to Hokkaido from Siberia, and they walked here. 12,000 years ago, Hokkaido was joined to the Russian mainland. Siberian animals colonized it before the sea levels rose, turning Hokkaido into an island. It's why the wildlife here is so different from the rest of Japan and so well equipped to face the coming winter. The sika deer have started creeping into the lush cultivated fields. It's a whole new world. These fields are brimming with specially sown grass, intended for cattle. But this herd always seems to be one step ahead, helping themselves to the best grass before it can even be cut. Every year, deer can munch their way through over 30 million pounds worth of crops. But some farmers have developed a live and let live attitude. The deer are reaping the benefits of Hokkaido's human landscape. In a place like this, it pays to be adaptable. In the warmth of early summer, the red-crowned cranes have moved into the farmland waterways. And they have a new family member. They traditionally nest in marshes, but most have been drained. So the cranes are raising their chick in an irrigation channel. All through the summer, the chick will be entirely dependent on its parents for food. The channel is teeming with insects, fish and frogs. But the parents can barely keep up with their gangly offspring's appetite. The family won't be able to move on until the chick can fly. In the meantime, they can't escape from surprise visitors. The Sika deer have managed to wander right into the path of a pair of cranes with a week-old chick. Mum and Dad work together to shepherd the chick to safety. And then a quick flash of the dagger-like beak to make sure the deer keep their distance. The parents' diligence has paid off. Their priority now is to feed their chick while times are good.
Out here on the sand flats, there is safe accommodation for some. A family of saddleback clownfish have found an excellent home. The tentacles of this carpet anemone can kill, but the clownfish are immune to the poison. So they can shelter from danger. In return, the fish keep the anemone clean of debris. As with all clownfish, the family is ruled by a big female. Her white face marks her out as the boss. The diminutive male has to prove his worth, so he works tirelessly, removing debris and generally keeping on top of the housework. His greatest challenge is to find a safe place where the boss can lay her eggs. But there's nothing solid here for the female to lay them on. A nearby shell could be the solution. If only he can move it to the protection of the anemone. Too heavy. Besides, it has a mind of its own. Hermit crab. But out here, twice a day, the anemone is swept by tidal currents, and they bring in new opportunities. An old plastic bottle. Perhaps this will do. Not heavy enough. A coconut shell. It looks just right, but it's a long way from home. And he can't move it by himself. So the pair now work together. A little adjustment to the anemone's tentacles in order to clear a space for it. And the shell is tucked in. The female lays. A safe nursery at last. He has proved himself worthy to father her young, and he fertilizes them. Now he will meticulously tend the eggs, keeping them clean and healthy until they hatch in 10 days' time. A Sally Lightfoot crab. One of thousands of shore crabs just waiting for their moment. Every day they gather on the tropical shores of Brazil, waiting for the tide to go out. Which exposes their feeding grounds. Seaweed-covered rocks 100 meters from the shore. Getting there is a race against the tide. They leap from rock to rock. These crabs crabs seem to be afraid of the water. And for good reason. The moray eel. The chain moray is a specialist crab hunter. Its blunt teeth can easily grip and crush a crab's shell. It's the crab's deadliest enemy. But the crab's feeding grounds are still a long way off. They must press on. Halfway. But their enemy has other ideas. Crossing the land. To reset the ambush. To feed, the crabs must keep going. But nowhere is safe. An octopus, also a crab killer. The crabs make a dash for it. Made it. Risking life and limb to graze on these seaweed pastures. But in 2 hours' time, when the tide starts to turn, they will have to run the gauntlet all over again. In a far corner of Southeast Asia lies the Coral Triangle. A cluster of the richest coral reefs in the world. Undersea cities crammed full of life. As in any crowded metropolis, there is fierce rivalry for space, for food, and for a partner. But the reef is also a place full of opportunity. cuttlefish. It specializes in hunting crabs. But a large crab is a dangerous quarry. It has powerful claws. The cuttlefish, however, has a remarkable talent. Its skin contains millions of pigment cells with which it can create ever-changing colors and patterns. And that, apparently, hypnotizes the crab. A cuttlefish may be clever, but a shark is bigger. And it eats cuttlefish. Time to disappear. Back to the hunt. A new target, but the same mesmerizing technique. For those that manage to establish themselves in these bustling undersea cities, there can be great rewards. But most of the creatures come together for a very different reason. To breed. The giant cuttlefish, the largest of all cuttlefish. They live for just 1 or 2 years. Now, as the Australian summer draws to an end, they have one last act to complete. To find a mate. But there are over 100,000 males competing for the arriving females in this one bay. Among them, a giant, a true Goliath. He probably weighs about 10 kilos. Bands of color sweep across his skin. That's how cuttlefish communicate. This smaller male couldn't possibly take him on. Beside Goliath and under his protection, a female who has just mated with him. But other rivals are still interested. It seems a small male wouldn't stand a chance. The female is now displaying a white stripe along her side nearest Goliath. It's a clear signal that she no longer wants to mate with him. It's all the encouragement that the little male needs. He's going to have to use trickery. He tones down his colours and tucks in his arms. He's just the right size to mimic a female. Goliath is deceived. The small male now displays a white stripe, just like the real female, to deter his advances. He slips beside her, and they mate. By mating with multiple partners, the female ensures the greatest genetic diversity for her young. The sneaky male leaves, his final act complete. So even among giant cuttlefish, it seems, it's not all about size. In the Gulf of Mexico, these eruptions also release a super salty liquid. Brine. It's heavier than seawater, and it accumulates in great pools on the seafloor. It's difficult to make sense of the sight. A lake of concentrated salt water, 15 meters deep, at the bottom of the sea. Around its margin, perhaps even more strangely, there is a profusion of life. Giant mussels that can live and grow for a century or more pack tightly together, dwarfing the shrimps and squat lobsters that feed around them. Cutthroat eels, scavengers, come to the shores of the Brine Lake in search of something edible. Some even venture into the brine. Spending too long in it can send an eel into toxic shock. Its only hope is to rise above it. It manages to escape. Others are not so lucky. The brine embalms their bodies, and the casualties of decades accumulate around the margins. During the dry season, over 500,000 terns crowd onto this remote atoll in the Indian Ocean. Their chicks are still in their dark juvenile plumage. They vary in age. Whilst the more advanced chicks take to the air, others aren't quite ready yet. Those just starting to learn to fly use the shallow lagoon that occupies the center of the atoll as their training ground. It's difficult for some of them to stay aloft for long. Valleys. Usually they are solitary hunters, but about 50 of them have come here from neighboring reefs, attracted by this abundance of potential prey. The fledglings stay out of the water if they can. They even drink on the wing. If the trevally are to catch one now, they have to up their game. So there is a fish here that, amazingly, has a brain capable of calculating the airspeed, altitude, and trajectory of a bird. The time comes when every fledgling has to take to the air and collect food for itself. Their parents lead them to the training grounds. If they are to survive, they must learn quickly. After a month of practicing over the lagoon, the youngsters start to leave and take their chances out over the open sea. And wave power creates towering fortresses like these cliffs in the Arctic, home to tens of thousands of breeding seabirds. The faces of the cliffs are accessible only from the air and have plenty of nooks and crannies for those that can get there. But to feed, seabirds must still master the ocean world beyond. A puffin. He's a fisherman and a father. He has a mate for life. Both share the burden of raising their week-old chick, their puffling, who needs 5 square meals a day. The parents alternate fishing trips. It's Dad's turn. When fish stocks are low, puffins must fly as much as 50 kilometers out to sea to reach the good fishing grounds. Once there, they plunge into another world. Good fishing spots are hard to come by, and they have company. Guillemots. Like the puffin, their wings are short and good for diving. Puffins can hold their breath for over a minute and dive as deep as 40 meters. A catch! But it's a long way home. After an exhausting round trip of almost 100 kilometers, this puffin's nearly made it. But there are pirates on this coast. Arctic skuas. All around, returning parents are being robbed. The skuas' long, raked-back wings make them faster and more maneuverable. Puffins must choose their moment wisely. A near miss. A last desperate burst of speed, and it's made it. Safely home after a 3-hour round trip. Where his patient partner is waiting. Today, their puffling will eat. But where fish numbers are in decline, many puffins now find it hard to get enough food for their chicks. In the changing seas of today, it can be even harder to be a successful puffin parent. The blue shark. It travels over 8,000 kilometers a year, riding on the currents supported by its broad wing-shaped fins. This one may not have eaten for 2 months. But the currents can carry promising traces of fatty oils from many kilometers away and will lead it to its next meal. After days of travel, the smell of food gets stronger. A dead whale recently struck by a ship. This could be a real feast, but the blue shark must be cautious. Great white sharks, 10 times heavier than a blue, are highly possessive around a whale carcass. Great whites are eager to feed on energy-rich whale blubber, which we now know forms a major part of their diet. Once the great white has had its fill, smaller sharks, like the blue shark, tackle what's left of a carcass. As the oils from this dead whale spread more widely, more and more blue sharks appear. Within days, the carcass will be stripped of its blubber. Then, no longer kept buoyant by its oil, it will sink into the depths below. The blue, with its reserves of fat replenished, can now survive for another 2 months without eating. The struggle to survive in our green seas can have far-reaching consequences. Once a year, one particular meadow in Australia is transformed. Around the first full moon of winter, an army materializes. Spider crabs. For the past year, they'd been feeding in deeper waters. Now they march across the seagrass plains. Hundreds of thousands of them. They clamber over one another. Creating great mounds. Nearly 100 meters long. They're not seeking mates, neither are they laying eggs. They have come here in order to grow. Like all crabs, their bodies are enclosed in a hard, unexpandable shell. So, to grow, they have to break out of it. And that allows the soft one that has developed beneath to expand. It will take days for the new shell to harden. Its legs are so limp that they won't work properly. The crab is unprotected and in great danger. A smooth stingray. It's huge, about 4 meters long. It wants a soft, freshly molted crab that will be easier to eat. The crabs try to stick together. But now, disturbed by the ray, they're scattering. A newly molted crab is too weak to keep up with the crowd. The safest place is right in the middle of the pile. That is why they have all assembled here. There is safety in numbers. But the vast majority of the crabs escape, and within the next few days they will be ready to return to the depths and resume their lonely wanderings in search of food. This is no graveyard, but the triumph of 100,000 crabs, successfully molted. Over half of all animals in the open ocean drift in currents. Jellyfish cross entire oceans, feeding on whatever happens to tangle with their tentacles. Some can grow to 1 meter, even 2 meters across. And when, by lucky chance, they encounter a patch of sea rich in plankton, their numbers explode. It's such a successful strategy that jellies are one of the most common life forms on the planet. But among the jellies, and looking somewhat like them, is a rather more complex and sinister creature. The Portuguese man-o'-war. It floats with the help of a gas-filled bladder, topped by a vertical membrane. With that serving as a sail, it maintains a steady course through the waves. Long threads trail behind it, some as much as 30 meters long. Each is armed with many thousands of stinging cells. A single tentacle could kill a fish, or, in rare cases, a human. But among its lethal tentacles lurks a man-o'-war fish that feeds by nibbling them. Whilst this fish has some resistance to the stings, it must still be extremely careful. Most other fish are not so lucky. Tentacle has caught this one and reels it in. It's already paralyzed. Specialized muscular tentacles transfer the victim to others that digest the catch, liquefying it with powerful chemicals. Eventually, all that is left is a scaly husk. This voracious man-o'-war may collect over 100 small fish in a day. In the underwater forests off northern Japan, the residents of this sunken wreck are waiting for the summer temperatures to reach 16 degrees Celsius. That, for some, is the time for mating. A kind of giant wrasse called a kobodai. This is a male. And in female terms, he's particularly handsome. He's a meter long and weighs 15 kilos. Much larger than the diminutive female. And he is ready to breed. He attempts to mate with her, and with any of the other dozen or so females that live in his territory, whenever he gets the chance. But females from around 10 years old take little notice of his advances. This is because when any large female reaches a critical body size, she can begin a dramatic transformation. Over just a few months, particular enzymes inside her body cease to work. And male hormones start to circulate. As time passes, her head expands and her chin gets longer. A she has changed into a he. With this comes a change in temperament. The old male who ruled all the females here is challenged to a face-off. The more bulbous the head, the more it intimidates an opponent. The territory has a new ruler. Only the largest females transform themselves in this way. But the change enables them to have more mates so they will have many more offspring carrying their genes. But a new male can't afford to be complacent. Inside the body of every Kobudai female, there is a new male in waiting. A kilometer from the surface, beyond the reach of the sun. A giant black void, larger than all the rest of the world's habitats combined. There's life here, but not as we know it. Alien-like creatures produce dazzling displays of light. Nearly all animals need to attract mates and repel predators. This language of light is so widespread here that these signals are probably the commonest form of communication on the entire planet. And yet, we still know little about them. Hunters illuminate themselves and, by doing so, attract inquisitive prey. This is fangtooth. It has the largest teeth for its size of any fish. There are pressure sensors all over its head and body, which can detect anything moving in the surrounding water. It's the Midnight Zone's most voracious fish. But prey use light as a distraction. A decoy of luminous ink. Down here, in this blackness, creatures live beyond the normal rules of time. Siphonophores are virtually eternal. They repeatedly clone themselves. Some eventually growing longer than a blue whale. Down here, it snows. Continuous clouds of organic debris drift slowly down from above. This is food, and a whole variety of filter feeders depend on it. Jellyfish, and delicate sea cucumbers. The 1% of marine snow they miss eventually settles on the sea floor. Over millions of years, it forms a layer of mud up to 1 kilometer thick. It's an empty plain that covers half the surface of our planet. The deep seabed may at first appear lifeless, but it's home to a unique caste of mud dwellers. The sea toad. It is an ambush predator with an enormous mouth and infinite patience. This fish has been living for so long here that its fins have changed into something more useful. Feet. They help it shuffle about on the seafloor. The flapjack octopus. It hovers just above the surface of the mud as it delicately sifts through it, searching for worms. But it can jet away at the first sign of danger.
The Uingnan snub-nosed monkey. There are estimated to be only 3,000 of these precious primates in existence. This youngster lives a charmed life. At 1 year old, he is the center of his mother's world. His family are thriving, with 5 adults looking after 10 youngsters. They are high-altitude specialists, living at up to 4,000 meters, higher than any other primate species on Earth. In winter, eating becomes a major preoccupation. Up here, food is scarce. So these monkeys have developed a very unusual diet. Toxic moss and lichens. It's all that's available. So they have evolved with fermenting stomachs similar to a cow's, which eliminate the toxins and extract maximum nutrition. The youngster has worked up an appetite. But he's breaking the most important rule of troop life. Stay together. At this altitude, the weather can change without warning. His mother knows the danger. Temperatures can rapidly plummet below zero. Only huddling together stops the youngsters freezing to death. Alone, he has little chance of surviving. A break in the weather could give the youngster a chance to find his mother. He spots the troop in the distance. It was a lucky escape and a lesson learned. For the national park's animals, the arrival of spring is the start of a race against time. The fleeting days of summer are the only opportunity to raise young. The Tibetan foxes are now 4 months old. Almost fully grown, their appetites are enormous. So Mum works full-time trying to feed them. And if they're not begging for food, they're trying to get a game out of her. Pika are the fox's food of choice. These hapless rodents are eaten by almost every predator on the plateau. Millions of them live on the grasslands here, making them one of the foundations of the ecosystem. There's even a family living right next door to the fox's den. But these savvy pika rarely stray far from their burrow. So stealth and surprise is essential. Unfortunately, it's something the cubs have yet to learn. The youngsters are ordered home. Their frustrated mother will have to hunt further afield. Every day of summer is crucial to the survival of her young. The leader's job is to keep all the females and their babies safe, and above all, happy. But he's new to the role, and it's proving harder than he anticipated. The females are not easy to please. They demand constant attention. Their thick coats are made to withstand the tough mountain conditions and require daily grooming. If he doesn't indulge them sufficiently, they'll kick him out and replace him with a more attentive male. The females have him exactly where they want him. Autumn brings him an additional challenge. Winters here are harsh. If the family is to survive, they'll need to fatten up. The leader is feeling the pressure. He's found them a small piece of paradise. The forest's conifers produce a seasonal feast. Pine nuts are high in calories. Finally, the females are happy. And the leader can take a moment to relax. But his reverie is short-lived. A rival family. It's led by the largest, most aggressive male in the forest. This will be a test of the young leader's courage. The females expect him to defend the family. He puts on a show of bravado, but he knows he's in trouble. His rival's strength and experience prevails. It's a humiliating defeat. The family must abandon their feast, and the leader will be expected to find alternative arrangements for his disappointed females. China has some of the world's most abundant and diverse bamboo forests. In the giant panda park, they are critically important, supplying 99% of the panda's diet, making it the perfect place for a mother to raise her cub. With each passing day, this youngster is being prepared for adult life. Today's lesson is how to eat bamboo. It's not as simple as it sounds. It must be fresh. The cane must be split perfectly. The most digestible part is inside. The enormous jaw muscles needed to crunch bamboo are what give pandas their characteristic round faces. The youngster practices on a stick. As an adult, she'll eat 40 kilograms of bamboo a day. Pandas evolved with the carnivore's digestive system, which means they're born lacking the key plant processing gut bacteria they need. During weaning, a seemingly affectionate exchange between mother and baby may be a way of passing her cub crucial bamboo digesting microbes through her saliva. When the cub is weaned at around 18 months, they will separate, and the youngster must go it alone. But he isn't the only forest resident contemplating a new home. This weaver ant is carrying its larva on an important journey. Weaver ants are tree dwellers, so they don't dig nests below ground like other ant species. Building a new home up here requires one of the most extraordinary examples of social cooperation in the animal kingdom. Hundreds of ants draw 4 leaves together to form the basic superstructure. Then multiple chains of up to 12 workers bridge the gaps between the leaves. Powerful mandibles and strong tarsal claws haul the leaves together. But they need a permanent solution to secure the walls. Which is where the larva comes in. It secretes sticky silk, securing the edges of the nest, like a living tube of glue. Numerous larvae are used to build a football-sized nest, which will house the colony's queen. They must slowly guide her to her new home. Extraordinary partnerships like this aren't just confined to Hainan's forests. Of the rarest species on Earth. This insect-eating prehistoric mammal has walked planet Earth for 80 million years. In Mandarin, pangolin means the animal that can dig through the mountain. Its powerful claws have evolved to tear open termite mounds. A single pangolin can consume 70 million insects a year, helping to keep the ecosystem in balance and earning it the title Guardian of the Forest. Shy nocturnal creatures, they spend most of the day in underground burrows. They protect themselves from predators with a full body armor of razor-sharp scales, formed, like human fingernails, from keratin. But its defense has become its downfall. Pangolins are the most trafficked animal on the planet. They are poached for their scales, which are used in traditional remedies, and for their meat. Since 2000, more than 1 million have been poached from the wild across the world, driving them to the very edge of extinction. Although their scales have officially been banned from use in traditional medicine, it's going to take rigorous enforcement to save this extraordinary creature from extinction. The fact that one of its last natural refuges is here in the Uyi National Park, the center of a global tea industry, is perhaps the greatest symbol of how, when man works thoughtfully with nature, both can thrive.
The oceans around southern Asia are also feeling this pressure. These seas feed billions of people around the world. For many fishermen here, their catch is their only source of livelihood. And there is one fish here that they prize above all others. The whale shark. It swims slowly, gently harvesting the plankton. It's almost 20 meters long, the largest fish in the world. They are also under threat. Like many shark species in Asia, populations have declined by more than half in recent years. They are an easy and valuable catch. But here, there is a respect for the seas and their inhabitants. Whale shark hunting has now been banned across Indonesia's waters. This whale shark plays a different part in the lives of these fishermen. They feed him, and the relationship seems to bring joy to both parties. And with this new protection has come something truly remarkable. Whale sharks from far away are seeking out these fishermen. And in these safe waters, there is a chance for their numbers to increase. And maybe one day, other shark species will be protected too. The people here have made a simple but extraordinary choice. Fishing in a way that is sustainable for themselves and the animals. Caring for wildlife is surely our shared responsibility. Across this vast continent and across the world, it is decisions like these that are key to protecting the planet's most precious diversity. Termites, an important source of protein. But perhaps they are an acquired taste. He's off to search for something he might prefer. It's hard to know where to look. Or where it's safe to clamber. Different levels in the forest contain different foods. And some of the most delicious are in the very highest parts of the canopy, 50 meters above the ground. He's a couple of years old, and he's already getting adventurous. His mother could climb right to the top in 10 minutes or so if she wanted to, but she lingers to keep an eye on him. A fall from this height could be fatal. Where the gaps between the branches are too wide for him, his mother lets him use her body as a bridge. Only 10 meters to go before the top. But it's hard going for small hands. He's had enough. Time for a rest with Mother. And this is his reward. Ripe mangoes, sweet and juicy. There's so much he must learn. He will depend entirely on his mother until he's 7. It's the longest of all childhoods, except ours. Here on the coast of Peru, there are so many seabirds fishing in the offshore waters that the cliffs are covered in droppings over a metre thick. Humboldt penguins regard the soft guano as a good material in which to dig their nest holes. But it's a messy business. It's the breeding season, and more hopeful nesters arrive, spotless from swimming in the sea. Time for the residents to get cleaned up and catch some fish for themselves and their chicks. To get to the sea, they cross the remains of an old nesting ground. Only 100 meters to go. But the beach is already crowded with sea lions. They too have come ashore to raise their young. And they don't like being disturbed. To get through such a minefield needs a bold and courageous leader. A brave start. A dead end. Now he's in trouble. This is going to need a bit of crowd surfing. But now all the sea lions are roused. Getting through them will be tricky. A cleansing bathe in the ocean. Well worth the effort. This is a poison dart frog. Males raise their young in a very special way. A father will place each one of his tadpoles in its own tiny pool of water. This is one. Nice and safe. He might have up to 5 other tadpoles. But he needs to remember where he put each one of them. This one isn't doing so well. its tiny puddle has all but dried out. The tadpole will die unless its father can find a better place for it. If dads are good for one thing, it's piggyback rides. Fathers are no bigger than a human thumbnail, but this enables them to get to places that others can't. This could be perfect. The only problem is that there's no food here. Fathers need help. Somewhere in this forest is Mum. A female could do something a male cannot. But first, Dad must lead his partner to their hungry tadpole. And Mother deals with the problem. She lays a single, unfertilized egg. And her tadpole gets a much-needed meal. For the next 6 weeks, parents continue their rounds, an extraordinary test of teamwork and memory. A little red flying fox. Their ancestors flew here, travelling along the chain of volcanic islands that links Asia to Australia. But their huge wings, which stretch from their fingers to their toes, make it difficult for them to walk or take off from the ground. So when they want to rest, they hang upside down in trees. But the bats have to drink every day. And they do so on the wing. They swoop just low enough to wet their bellies, and then, back in their roosts, they will suck out the water. Each evening, 10,000 of them come here. Not all of them return. Every 2 meters of river, there is a crocodile. They were here long before the bats. Survivors from Australia's prehistoric past. These dramas have been taking place for millions of years. Aerial agility versus patience and deadly speed. Australia's forests are hostile places in which to make your home. Off the south coast lies by far the biggest of them, Tasmania. And that has its own special marsupial. One that seldom appears until after dark. The Tasmanian devil. Many predators inhabit a territory packed with prey, but here there's nothing like that for them. Each may travel for miles, night after night, prepared to eat anything it can find, dead or alive. The shoreline is a good place to search. There might be some small creatures to catch here, or maybe something that the tide has brought in. The carcass of a wallaby has been washed ashore. Tasmanian devils can eat 40% of their body weight in one session, and they have hugely powerful jaws. They tackle everything, even bones. Back at the den, there are other hungry mouths. Her two youngsters are 6 months old. They still rely on their mother's milk, but they're feeling peckish. There must be something solid they could find for themselves while they're waiting for a drink. Is this food? That possum smells tasty, but it's a little high up. This looks more promising. At last, a giant stick. Not bad for a first go. Their mother will protect and feed these youngsters for another 3 months. Their survival is important to her, but also for us. Because these are one of the last devil families in the world. Tasmanian devils are now endangered. Found in only a few places, such as this remote islet off the coast of Tasmania. Forest once covered 80% of Europe. Now, only half of it remains. a brown bear. One of only 1,500 that are left in Finland's forests. Her cubs have recently emerged from their nursery den. The long summer days means there's plenty of time for play. With two boisterous cubs, it pays to rest whenever you can. But their mother must be on her guard. The cubs have spotted something. A large male looking for a mate. The cubs aren't his, so he might try to kill them. Bear cubs are excellent climbers, and now they're beyond his reach, 15 meters up. Their mother warns him to keep his distance. But the cubs are coming down too soon. She can't take any chances. That was a close call. Finland's forests give us a glimpse of what Europe was once like. A land of endless wilderness where large animals roamed far and wide. They're bullied constantly. And forced to live on the fringes of the troop. As outcasts, their only comfort is each other. He's been snatched, stolen by a higher-ranking female. She is childless, and she wants a baby of her own. He's only a few meters away, but if his mother approaches, the rest of the troop could well attack her. The kidnapper has never raised a baby before, so this one is in danger. They're headed towards a cable car tower. The young mother can't let them out of her sight. 30 meters up. If she tries to grab her baby and fails, he could fall to his death. The kidnapper refuses to surrender him. There's one last thing a mother can try, and to do it, she needs to recruit another macaque. Now the mother begins to groom her companions in full view of the kidnapper. All monkeys love to be groomed, even by a low-ranking female. It's the basis for peace in macaque society. Eventually, the urge to join in is just too strong. The kidnap is over, and the youngster can climb back into his mother's arms. Here, there are other challenges. St Andrews Bay on South Georgia is packed with 500,000 king penguins. In spring, the chicks are left for days whilst their parents are away collecting food for them. There is a simple arrangement. The chicks must stay exactly where their parents left them to be sure of being found again. But this chick has decided to look around. There is a lot to be investigated. But it must not stray too far from its meeting place. This parent has returned with food in its crop, but its chick isn't where it left it. It's hard to stay put when there's so much to play with. Elephant seals are here too. Very mysterious. Finding it in the crowd of youngsters is not going to be easy. They must recognize each other by their calls. But to hear these in such a noisy colony, they must be within 15 metres of each other. Reunited. St Andrew's Beach is one of the most crowded on the planet, and so holding a territory here is a constant battle. This bull elephant seal holds the mating rights to 60 females. For 2 months, he's guarded this stretch of beach. Unable to feed, he's losing 10 kilos a day. And he's exhausted. But other bulls are lying around, waiting their chance. Blubber, 15 centimetres thick, is protection against the cold, but not from the impact of a 4-ton opponent. Holds his ground and forces the intruder back out to sea. Life in the Antarctic is harsh indeed. But all these creatures come here because the Southern Ocean is one of the richest on Earth. The Great American Deserts cover over 2.5 million square kilometers. Here, roasted by the sun and blasted by the wind, the rocks disintegrate and mountains, particle by particle, are reduced to sand. These pillars are all that remain of a plateau where dinosaurs once roamed. Few animals can now survive here. In summer, as in all deserts, the enemy is heat, and it returns every day. At 7 in the morning, the temperature is already 25 degrees Celsius. The clock is ticking for one unusual descendant of the dinosaurs. A road runner, found only in the deserts of North America, built for a life on the ground. He can run at over 30 kilometers an hour, but the prey he seeks are one step ahead. The Roadrunner's challenge is picking the right target. A Gila monster. Too big. By mid-morning, it will be 40 degrees Celsius. Even the smallest lizards will soon head for cover. A centipede. Slim pickings for the morning's work. Hunting should get easier and prey will stay out longer once the summer's peak begins to fade. A mother black bear is looking for something suitable for her cubs. This is their first ever trip to the seaside. In a few hours, the tide will return. So they must keep up with Mum. Here's something tasty. Crabs. Big crabs can give a nasty nip, so it's best to start off with smaller ones. During spring, 3/4 of the bear's food comes from the beach. But now, this family is not alone. an adult male. He's double her size, and they're in his territory. The cubs know that call. It's time to head for safety. Bears have poor eyesight, but their sense of smell is acute, and the male has detected intruders. He knows exactly which tree they are in. If the cubs stay up there, they'll be safe, but they're losing precious feeding time. For now, he's content to leave his scent mark. A warning note for trespassers. The family moves on. For the cubs, lunch today will have to be a takeaway. The tide comes in, and within minutes, feeding time is over for another day. Somewhere along this seemingly barren stretch of sand, there is food in great quantity. Cape fur seals. There are around 10,000 of them here. Adult seals are large and strong. But their pups are neither. The youngsters are closely guarded by their mothers. A hyena, however, knows to be patient. Sooner or later, seal mothers must return to the ocean to cool off. A single seal pup could feed a hyena and her family for days. But finding food is only half the battle. It now has to be carried back. A jackal is here too. And it's not alone. If a hyena loses her kill, she'll have nothing with which to feed her cubs. The jackals won't follow her very far from the coast. It's too hot for them in the desert interior. Only by making these long journeys can brown hyenas manage to survive in the middle of the Namib. The Kalahari Desert. Here, food is more plentiful, but it's hidden. A pangolin. She can collect food that others can't reach. A keen sense of smell enables her to detect the presence of ants and termites in their nests beneath the sand. Her sticky tongue, some 30 centimeters long, enables her to collect them from deep underground. And she's being carefully watched. The drier it gets, the deeper the termites live. Many are way beyond the reach of even a pangolin. But not of an aardvark. It's the world's largest burrowing animal. Its sense of smell is extremely acute. Shovel-like claws and powerful legs enable it to dig down to depths of 5 or 6 meters. A full-grown aardvark needs to eat about 50,000 termites every day. Termites are highly nutritious and full of moisture, and they can be collected here year-round. Aardvark are usually nocturnal. But the fact that this one is foraging in daylight is a sign that food is scarce. Recent droughts in the Kalahari have led to low termite numbers, and as a consequence, aardvarks here are close to starvation. Changes in the world's climate are affecting many of Africa's animals. It's predicted that in the next century, southern Africa will warm twice as much as the global average. The future will be bleak for those that cannot adapt fast enough. But leopards are the most versatile of all the big cats, adept at finding cover in the most unpromising places. The steep walls of the gully are now her cover for an ambush. The male puku is close enough, but he's too big to tackle. She needs to slip past him without being seen. If he spots her, he'll blow her cover. Slowly does it. to succeed here, she needs to find prey grazing close to the edge. Or better still, in the gully itself. Frustration. Success would have staved off hunger for a week. But while there's prey around, there's hope. Peeking over the top is a risk, but it's the quickest way to find a new target. A burst of speed of 65 kilometers an hour, and it's all over in less than 6 seconds. Except it isn't. Dazed and disorientated, the impala makes a miraculous escape. It's called Darwin's bark spider, and the female has a remarkable strategy. Like a real-life spider woman, she sprays strands of silk in one long, continuous flow. The threads fan out like a sail and drift on air currents blowing across the water. Every few seconds, she crimps the strands together to stop them spreading too widely. The breeze will do the rest, blowing the threads into a single line and a 25-meter bridge. Now she must reinforce her bridge because her web will hang from it. But there's something bouncing the line at the other end. Another Darwin spider is trying to take advantage of her hard work. She must deal with the intruder head-on. The cut line is an inconvenience, but no more than that. With hooks on the tips of each leg, she gathers in the thread. It won't go to waste, as she'll eat it later. When it's all reeled in, she sprays again. Out streams another 25-meter bridging line. How a spider no bigger than a thumbnail can produce so much silk so quickly has baffled scientists. And it's no ordinary silk. It's the toughest natural fibre on the planet, tougher than steel. And it needs to be tough to span the wide river. With the bridge taut and the ground anchor in place, it's time to construct her trap. These spiders can build the world's largest orb webs, up to 2 meters wide. A few hours from the first spray of bridging line, the job is done. Now her strategy is simple. Sit and wait. And there's one final bout of silk production. Shrink wrapping her food for later. At this time of year, polar bears on average succeed only once in 20 hunts. If the hunter is skinny, like this one, that may not be often enough. All she can do is keep trying. To prevent her scent betraying her, she makes a wide sweep to get downwind of the seal. Getting close. She's now right behind the seal. Incredibly, she caught the seal underwater. It's only small, but even so, its blubber alone will contain 100,000 calories, enough to sustain this bear for a week. And in that time, she might even catch another. But this can't go on forever. As summer continues, temperatures are rising. Each hunt requires more energy, draining the bears of their reserves. Food is so hard to find this far north that a wolf pack must search hundreds of square kilometers if it's to be successful. And success means raising the next generation. To do that here, the wolves must work together. So the young are raised not only by their parents, but by their aunts and uncles as well. Together, they try to ensure that each pup reaches near adult size before the snow returns. A growing pup needs more than just a few leverets. The wolves need bigger prey, and to catch that, they must hunt as a pack. Adult hares may be easy to spot, but they're far from easy to catch. They run at 60 kilometers an hour. To catch one, the wolves work as a team. One of them gets close enough to bite the hare's tail. But a hare can change direction in an instant. If it can continue to sidestep and jink, it may ultimately outlast them. Finally, it gets away. For the next hare, the whole pack gives chase. Now numbers count. The lead wolves keep up the pace. Others run on either side, so the hare can't change direction. A tiny meal for the whole pack. To help her in her quest, she's equipped with 3 superpowers. First, an amazing approach to getting about. Portia is a jumping spider, able to leap up to 50 times her own body length. Nowhere seems beyond her reach. Next, her second superpower, superb eyesight. Essential if she's to distinguish her prey in all this clutter. Because her prey doesn't stray. Portia is a spider-eating spider. This raises a few problems. Her lunch is 3 times her size, packed with venom and surrounded by a sticky trap. Mission impossible? Not at all, because of her third superpower. Portia is a genius. She can map her world in 3 dimensions and formulate a plan of attack. She can have an idea, the web builder is blind. It won't have a clue that she's coming. Right on target, and safely behind those fangs. But a mind as active as Portia's can always do with more brain food. Here, there's no anchor point for the abseil. But Portia has another idea. Instead of going to the spider, she will bring the spider to her. She plucks the strands to imitate struggling prey. Drawing the spider in to its death. The army ant. This may look like a ball of 1 million individuals, but make no mistake, the colony acts as one. A superorganism with a sensory system of 2 million antennae. A skeleton made from the living bodies of workers. A defense system of soldier ants, ready to act at any sign of danger. A digestive system processing piles of food deep inside. Even a coordinated system for dealing with all the waste. These are insects that, by working together, transcend individual size. The colony can search the entire jungle and flush out its wildlife. Each day, it sends out a silent probe into the forest in quest of food. It doesn't use scouts like other ants. Instead, a vast search party pushes into virgin territory. Seeking out the signs of anything alive. They spread out along a 10-meter front, sweeping across the forest floor. To find prey, the ants must first touch it. The irony is that this, the most successful hide-and-seek player in the forest, is almost completely blind. It distinguishes the living only by their movement. As long as an animal remains still, it is safe. But the slightest twitch will give it away. Within seconds, the prey is pinned down. Within minutes, it's torn apart at its joints. The more the prey struggles, the more the ants engage. Right across the raid front, prey of all sizes are driven from their hiding places. Even wasps must abandon their homes when the ants arrive. Everything alive in the path of the raiders, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Their cover blown, escape seems impossible. But these particular fish have a unique ability. They're flying fish. With an extra thrust from their tails, the flying fish get airborne once more. With a good wind, they can glide for hundreds of meters. This is just what the frigate birds have been waiting for. When frigates join the hunt, the flying fish are literally caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. If the flying fish get too much lift, they become easy prey for the frigates. If they dive to evade attack from above, they could fall into the mouths of the Dorado. Even when more sea lions arrive, they can't seem to break down the sardines' coordinated defenses. With a shoal this big, the sea lions need to isolate a smaller, more manageable group of fish. But with so few predators, the fish still have the advantage. All the sea lions can do is keep the sardines at the surface and wait for others to join them. Tuna. Their arrival changes everything. Tuna attack from below, cutting off the sardines' escape route down to deeper water. Next to appear shearwaters. Excellent flyers, but also surprisingly agile underwater. With so many predators attacking from all sides, the advantage starts to shift away from the sardines. As the fish pack ever tighter, their shoaling strategy now makes it easier for the hunters. Copper sharks. They've scented blood in the water. Surprisingly, perhaps, the predators never attack one another. They work together to corral the ball of fish, taking turns to grab a mouthful. Common dolphins. As the shoal gets ever smaller, each sardine scrambles desperately to hide in the middle. But now there's no escape. A brooder's whale finishes off the feast. Tons of sardines devoured in less than an hour. The Namib Desert, one of the most exposed places on Earth. As the sun climbs high, everybody takes cover from the extreme heat. Everybody except the hot rod ant. As others take refuge, their day is just beginning. Cleaning out the nest. The sand can reach a scorching 70 centigrade. The ants' long legs raise their bodies above the surface, where it's 10 degrees cooler. But if they stand still, they will fry. They must keep moving or risk the same fate as their quarry, the creatures that have collapsed from heat stroke. Too deeply buried, but a good place to cool off. Foraging decisions must be fast. Too big perfect. Back to the nest before they also die. But they've strayed into a minefield. Each of these strange, cone-shaped pits is a death trap. With a brutal predator at its center. Here lie antlion larvae, tiny ambush predators with venom-filled pincers. Some ants manage to escape, but the antlion has other tricks. Flinging sand into the air, it creates an avalanche. In this cone of death, the walls are so angled that the sand slips beneath the ants' feet. As boulders rain from the sky, escape seems almost impossible. Phew. Lions will normally avoid hunting in such heat. But they're also opportunists. The lions will need to bring him down quickly before they overheat. Even away from the herd, a bull is a formidable opponent. It could gore and kill a lion. Close to overheating, they finally succeed in bringing him to the ground. But the massive bull is not giving up. Against the odds and the full weight of the lions, he regains his feet. And it is now that the tables turn. The lions are exhausted. After a 20-minute struggle, only the bull has the energy to finish the fight. In such exposed and extreme conditions, the challenge for predators and their prey is at its most intense. Northern Australia has the highest tides in the tropics, which expose vast areas of shoreline. And here lives a truly extraordinary species of octopus. Octopuses are marine animals. They live and breathe underwater. At low tide, most octopuses would be imprisoned in their rocky pools. But this is no ordinary octopus. It's the only one specially adapted to walk on land. It pulls itself along using the hundreds of tiny suckers that line its arms. Hunting for crabs, it walks from pool to pool. Apart from a rather startled fish. This one is empty. So the octopus moves on. A rock pool may seem like a safe refuge. But the octopus's suckers enable it to move just as stealthily in water as out of it. Nowhere is safe when this octopus is around. Hunting is only possible for 3 hours around low tide, when the mud banks are exposed. Razor-sharp oysters cover much of the shore. Beaching here could be lethal. The hunt hunters need to find a stretch of shoreline with just the right slope. Too level, and the dolphins risk stranding. Too steep, and they can't force their prey from the water. Working as a team, the dolphins surround the fish, driving them towards the shore. Attacking in perfect synchrony, the dolphins create a bow wave. It carries their prey onto the muddy banks. Other fish eaters profit from their daring. Herons and gulls follow every hunt. To get to the fish first, the dolphins drive themselves high up the bank. But if they go too far, they risk stranding. To prevent fish escaping between them, the dolphins all beach themselves on the same side. Always the right. But this has a cost. Each time they grab a fish, they also take in a mouthful of mud. The grit gradually wears down their teeth. But on one side only. In time, these teeth get so worn down that older dolphins can no longer hunt like this and must find other ways to catch fish.